El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
All county offices will be closed on Monday, January 21st, in observance of the Martin Luther King holiday. All county offices will reopen on January 22nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, January 14th, 2019. Commissioners' Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May God bless America.
Well, good morning, and thank you, everybody that's here today. Want to wish you still a happy new year, and hopefully you're still on your New Year's resolutions. And if you're going to give up, maybe February be a little bit better than January. I also want to remind you that there's no meeting Monday on January the 21st because of the Martin Luther King holiday. And I'll remind you as well later on, just to make sure that everybody knows that. That's it?
Thank you, sir. Item number 3 is the consent agenda, composed of items 3A through 3Q. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Yes, may I pull item P?
P as in Paul, sir?
Yes.
Item P for Commissioner Perez. Are there any other items?
The other?
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Brings us to item number 4, resolutions. Item 4A, approve and adopt a resolution designating the month of January 2019 as Crime Stoppers Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. It gives me a tremendous amount of honor to be able to read this into the record. And I know we have some distinguished guests from Crime Stoppers. Mr. Grant, would you join us at the podium while I read the resolution? Oh, absolutely. And I can guarantee you it's not painful, Mr. Whereas Crime Stoppers of El Paso, Inc. works in partnership with the media, all law enforcement agencies, and the public is the only crime-fighting nonprofit organization that serves El Paso, Hudspeth, and Culberson counties. And whereas Crime Stoppers of El Paso, Inc. has implemented the Campus Crime Stoppers School Safety Program at all area schools. And whereas Crime Stoppers of El Paso is celebrating its 40th anniversary of successful operation in which 5,318 suspects have been arrested, 5,429 cases have been cleared, and over $48,500,000, I said $48,506,000 in narcotics have been removed from our city streets. And whereas law enforcement agencies give Crime Stoppers credit for being a major contributor to crime reduction in our area. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that January 2019 be known as Crime Stoppers Month. Signed this 14th day of January 2019 by the honorable members of Commissioners Court. Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Graham, the floor is yours.
We thank the Commissioners Court of El Paso County for your proclamation of declaring January 2019 as Crime Stoppers Month. My name is Jim Graham. I'm president of our board of directors this year, and I'd like to just briefly introduce our members of our board who were able to make it here today, and just say just a word or two, because I know you have a lot on your plate. I'd like to introduce Edmundo Montoya, our Vice President of Administration. Imelda Loya is our Treasurer. John Purchase is our Public Relations, Vice President of Public Relations. Nayela Mejia. You might know her, actually.
Yeah, she looks familiar.
Yeah,
We're
she
happy
does
to
look
have her on
familiar.
our board as well. Wayne Thornton. Wayne, are you still here? Yeah, he's clicking. He's over here, incognito, but he's with us. And Rosemarie Herbert is here. And is that everybody? Got everybody covered? Okay. We know that there's no one law enforcement agency or court of law that can lay claim to making El Paso known as our safest large community in the United States. Although great law enforcement and a great judicial system count for very much. Ultimately, it's the people who care about their community that make it safe. And by running for public office, you've obviously shown that you care. By volunteering for Crime Stoppers, we show that we care. And we do so through an organization that enables the people of our community to help keep it safe. We do this by using our news and social media as a platform to report crime and identify criminals, and do so with complete anonymity. We also offer incentives in the form of cash rewards. We are pleased to report that a very large percentage of those who report crimes that lead to arrest never pick up those rewards. So obviously, the satisfaction of keeping their neighborhood safe is adequate. Again, thank you for recognizing the valuable link that we provide to the people of the community, the media, and the law enforcement to help keep El Paso safe. We thank you for recognizing our program.
Jim, Judge, if I may say, thank you very much, Mr. Grant, for taking the helm. And I know that you've got a very good team with you as I look at your team. And you alluded to it a little bit, that I had a conversation with somebody some time back, and they said, well, the people that call in do it for money. Yes and no. I think that maybe we're at about 75, 80% of those people that call in never claim that money. So that tells us that they do it because they want to keep El Paso safe. And you also said that it takes a lot of entities, and mainly it's our people that make it such a great city to live in here in El Paso. That's why it's so safe. Law enforcement, the judicial system, and many other facets fall into this. But I've got to say, this year, there was 44 arrested, 99 cases cleared. And Edmundo will tell you, as I can tell you, that I know that in my previous life, we'd be working on a case that we knew was going to take 6 months, 2 years. But we'd get that one phone call, and all of a sudden it's a 1 month case. And that's why I also add that it adds to our budget. That something that would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, that investigation, now is being cut down to a tenth of that. So on behalf of myself, I really congratulate you all for taking time and being part of such a great organization. And 40 years, and if you look back at all the stats that I just read out, Crime Stoppers has made a huge difference in the safety of El Paso. So thank you.
And I too want to thank you. We talk about all the traction that we've received, being one of the safest cities, which I hate to use that word anymore, the safest county. So if we could use that instead, but it has a lot to do with your commitment and trying to do as much as we can for El Paso. Our image obviously is so important, and safety is one of the reasons people check into whether they're going to come in and do business with us. So I thank you, and also what a great person to give that resolution, somebody that really understands and appreciates what you've all been doing. And then just to see that Wayne Thornton is part of your team there, I'm really glad. He's another community advocate. So thank you very much, all of you, for for your volunteering.
I just make a quick comment. Thank you guys for being here today and for all that you do. We're the safest city, safest county in the nation with the efforts of Crime Stoppers and law enforcement. But one thing I want to say is that you guys help keep this city clean as well. And what I mean by that is that one of the initiatives I worked on several years ago was illegal dumping. And we had people that dumped tires. In fact, one incident where you guys were instrumental in catching the perpetrator was that in Memorial Park, a gentleman, I call him a gentleman, he dumped a truckload of tires in Memorial Park. As a result of Crime Stoppers, we were able to catch him and make him pay. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's another dimension that I hadn't thought about, but you've got the economic dimension and then you've got that dimension on cleanliness. So thank you so much for everything that you do.
Item number 4B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing January 21st, 2019 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. contribution to our history placed him in this enviable position in a short time, in a short life, I'm sorry. Dr. Martin Luther King was instrumental in helping us to realize and rectify those unspeakable flaws which were transpiring in our name of America, in the name of America. I'm sorry. And whereas in those days, America's black there were restrictive laws and customs. Those breaking the laws were subject to the arrest and harshness of the legal system. In December 1956, the United States Supreme Court declared Alabama's segregation laws unconstitutional. This led to the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And whereas black Americans needed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but above all, America needed him. Within a span of 13 years, from 1955 to his death in 1968, he was able to expand, expose, and extricate Americans from many wrongs. And whereas in late 1967, Dr. Martin Luther King initiated the Poor People's Campaign designed to confront economic problems that had been addressed in early civil rights reforms. And in the following year, when, supporting, striking sanitation workers in Memphis, Tennessee, On April the 4th, 1968, Dr. King was assassinated. Where do we conform? Where do we go from here? Moving forward, we cannot lose our hard civil rights, standing strong in a diverse world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of El Paso Commissioners Court that January 9th, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. January 21st, 2019, be known as Dr. Martin Luther King Day, signed by the Commissioners of the Court on this 14th day of January 2019.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yes, there are some people here. Miss Doris Taylor. Anyone else come up with you? You want to come up to the... Don't let her go by herself. Right? Okay. All right. Oh, yeah.
Good morning. I am Doris Taylor, and I am the president of the Board of Directors for McCall Center. And McCall Center is a nonprofit organization. No one gets paid for their work except we do have one center manager, but all of the Board of Directors are not paid. Everything is voluntarily. We are not sustained by the federal government, city. The only way that we operate is through donations. We have what is called a 50-50 club, and we have donors. That is how we continue. Our goal is to work for the city of El Paso. We have programs for the youth, and we have programs for the elderly, and we have a food program that's put on by the county. And this is how we operate. We operate Monday through Friday from 10 to 3. And I do appreciate the fact that you are giving us that you have proclaimed that day as Martin Luther King Day, because truly he was worthy of every accolade that was given to him. He was a great man, and we will always remember him. And I want to thank you very much for your proclamation.
Ms. Doris, what's happening on the 21st at the McCall Center?
We will have a program Monday, the 21st, starting at 12 noon at the McCall Center. Is that what you asked me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do I shake hands?
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
This brings us to item number 5, public comment.
We do have I believe it's Mr. Summers. Would you please come to the front, please? Good morning.
I come before you on a somber note. I have been neither confused nor misinformed that the men's shelter of the Opportunity Center may very well be closing. I found this out from Director Raymond Julius. Was co-founder with Mr. Klaus Pullman. it grieves me dearly to talk about this. I hear that from Representative Robinson that these men move to transitional housing of the Opportunity Center, but I feel strongly that this may cause some great social upheaval in our city and county. As you well know, there are El Paso police who bring people to the men's shelter, the women's transitional shelters, where they have nowhere else to go. The Opportunity Center has been in business now 25 years, and they are praying for a financial miracle. He has told me that they have lost over the last 4 years over $800,000 from cuts from the Housing and Urban Development of Washington. He has lost money as well from United Way. Do not, and I repeat, do not want this men's shelter to close. It is a very sharp problem. It is a scatological, sociological dilemma. We want, with everything we can, to keep this open, no matter what. We want it to stay open. I do not want a return of what we had in this community in 1989, 90, and 91. I do not want homeless to not have a place to go. This is why I'm here. I look a little disheveled because I had a sleepless night over this. I know there are reasons why this is happening beyond what he said. He has waited 4 years to bring this up. I heard this at the Social Justice Forum at the El Paso Public Library yesterday. I am concerned. I think it is a deeply concerning problem. I do not want to lose it, and I thank you for your patience. I rejoice, Carl, to see you here as County Commissioner. I really appreciate your service for our city and our county. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, I'd like to recommend that we put it on an agenda item going forward. Okay.
We'll do that. Joel, I know, has a meeting this afternoon with the Opportunity Center in the city, and I can ask him to brief us further.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Betsy.
Judge, regarding item number 3P from the consent agenda, we have somebody coming from the Office of Emergency Management. They're en route from the east side. Is it okay if we continue with the agenda until he
absolutely.
Thank you.
They can come forward, please. Thank you.
Item number 6 from the regular agenda. Receive a presentation of the audited financial statements for the El Paso County Hospital District, doing business as University Medical Center for the fiscal year ended as of September 30th, 2018, and take appropriate action.
Hi, my name is Jacob Cintron, President and CEO of the El Paso County Health District. I'm here with Tom Watson from BKD, he's our Chief Auditor, as well as Michael Nunez, our Chief Financial Officer, to present the audit report for fiscal year 2018. So with that, I'd like to pass it to him.
Good morning. My name is Tom Watson. I'm a partner with BKD and am the lead audit partner for the University Medical Center of El Paso. It's good to see many of you again this year. I want to go through an abbreviated presentation of the audit report for UMC for the year ending 2018. We went through this in pretty great detail with their Board of Governors earlier this year. And the way we started that presentation was with all of the different things that are going on in Austin and with the federal government, the UMC started off in about a $23 million hole this year just because of regulatory changes related to reimbursement. So as you look at these numbers, it's important to remember that despite starting off with a $23 million hole, they were able to improve their financial position by $10 million in 2018 compared to last year. So first of all, let me touch off on the required communications, and then we'll move into some of the numbers. And basically on this slide, we had a clean audit. We have issued an unmodified or a clean opinion. The financial statements of UMC are prepared in a manner that we would expect them to be prepared and very similar to all of the other large governmental districts across the state. There were no difficulties that we encountered during the audit and no disagreements with management that we needed to report to their governance body. From a accounting highlights perspective, a couple of things that I would point out. First of all, there was a change in the accounting policies followed by UMC in 2018 related to the post-employee benefits program for some of their retired employees and health insurance. So that standard had to be adopted and resulted in about a $5 million additional liability on their books this year to recognize that. That was a change that was applicable to all governments, not just UMC, but it was the first year that that had to be adopted. In the past, they only had to record the difference in payments due and payments that they had made, which were always in sync. Key financial statement disclosures that I would point out, probably the most significant one is Medicaid supplemental programs. This program is worth north of $80 million a year to UMC, and I know it's a large part of the time that Michael and Jacob spend trying to make sure that all of the money that UMC is due under this program comes back to El Paso. There was about an $8 or $9 million reduction in those revenues in 2018. Due to changes at the state, and that was part of that $23 million hole that they started the year out in. There were no recorded adjustments during the current year, so the financial statements that Michael and his team prepared were what we ultimately presented. We identify three immaterial unrecorded adjustments that we worked through in detail with the governing board, and they agreed that those were immaterial and no audit adjustments were required. This is a summary of the risk areas that we looked at. The primary items we spent time on are patient accounts receivable, which those were fine, no adjustments. Third-party settlements, which includes cost reports and supplemental funding programs. We did have one small past adjustment related to that to recognize a liability for a current year cost report of about $200,000. The last three items that we looked at were self-insured health reserves and medical claims liabilities, the pension obligation for the employee pension plan, and the post-employee pension or benefits liability for health insurance. All those were recorded in accordance with actuarial guidelines. So, moving into some of the numbers. The first thing you might notice is that there was a significant decrease in cash this year. Cash and short-term investments is the first line. It dropped from around $68 million to around $33 million. There's really 4 or 5 things driving that. It's partially timing, and it's partially losses that occurred in the year. About $15 million of that decrease is timing differences related to pre-funding of certain waiver payments by the medical center that's based on the way the state required the payments to be made, and also due to the state delaying some payments into fiscal 19 for revenue that was earned in fiscal 18. There was also about a $9 million draw by El Paso Children's on a line of credit, which resulted in a cash reduction. And then we talked about the $8 million waiver or supplemental payment reduction that occurred in 2018. That's about the $31 million total reduction in cash. So part of that will be made up, but part of it was the result of some of the shortfalls that came in. A couple of other items that you might note here. You can see the third line down, Medicaid Supplemental Program receivable went from $6 million to almost $12 million. That's due to the timing changes required by the state. And the last item I would point out is the next to last number, deferred outflows of resources, went from $48 million to $30 million. That's because of improved pension performance, especially around the assets in the plan. On the liability side of the balance sheet, really not a whole lot of things to talk about here other than the good news was the net pension liability did decline from $46 million to $28 million. Again, that's due to better investment performance. And you can see net position declined from $141 million to $105 million. We'll talk about that when we get into the income statement. Looking at these on some graphical perspectives, days cash on hand has declined. It's down to around 20 days of cash on hand in 2018. And I know that the goal of the management at UMC is to get that number up closer to the peers. The peer information that you see includes all Texas districts, which would include all of the large cities from Odessa, Midland, Lubbock, and then the major cities of Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston, and San Antonio, and includes El Paso in that. The large districts are the Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, and San Antonio. Mid-sized districts are all others. But you can see that the days cash on hand is below what those peers are. A lot of that's due to the funding that was required to Children's when it was in its ramp-up stage, and we've talked about that for a few years now. The other reason that declined this year was some of the timing differences we mentioned earlier. Days in accounts receivable increased this year, but it was because there was better performance than was anticipated. You can see that there's about 55 days of uncollected revenue at the end of 2018, right in line with all of the district averages. And even though it went from around 53 to 55 between 2017 and 18, that's because of improvements in the collection processes at the medical center that resulted in a higher rate being collected and therefore more accurate estimates for 2018. It wasn't due to a slowdown in cash collections. The next chart shows a comparison of cash on hand to long-term debt. Over the last several years, UMC has issued a significant amount of debt to fund not only the building of the new patient tower in the Children's Hospital, but also a number of community clinics. And not all of those have been generating a lot of revenue yet. At the same time, the funding at Children's has occurred, and so the cash relative to debt has gone down. You can see that most of the districts have a higher percentage of cash to debt, and in fact, some of the large districts have far more cash than debt. That's driven a lot by Fort Worth, which has almost no debt but a lot of cash. But overall, UMC would be viewed as a higher leveraged facility. Part of the good news there, though, is the total debt outstanding has decreased $30 million since 2014, and it's going down around an $8 to $9 million clip per year. If you look at the income statement, first of all, to go to the next to the last line there, or third from the last, you see change in net position before accounting change. That's really the apples-to-apples comparison of what the bottom line was at UMC for 2018, and it was a $10 million improvement. That was driven by several different things. First of all, volume was really up this year. If you look at the very top line, almost a $38 million increase in revenue from taking care of patients. So significant volume increases at both UMC, and this does include Children's in that, and so you saw some increases there. However, there were some headwinds that offset that. First of all, we had about an $8 million reduction in uncompensated care funds. We had about a $15 million increase in professional fees due to changes in the El Paso County Services Program with the other facilities, where not as much of the burden for paying physician fees at UMC could be offloaded to those entities. You do see the impact of improved or an increased focus on salaries and utilization, where despite the increase in volume, total salaries declined about $3 million in 2018 from where it was in 2017. The last item that you see that I would point out is intergovernmental transfers. Those went down about $12 million. That's due to the changes with the El Paso County Collaborative. But right above that, you see supplies and other went up almost $44 million. Part of that's the cost of the extra volume that they took care of, but also that's the impact of the additional professional fees that UMC had to take on due to the changes in that. So despite all of the $23 million hole that they started the year in and all of these other items that were going on, there was about a $10 million improvement in the bottom line from last year to this year before that non-cash pension change. If you look at this in a few other graphs, first of all, patient collections versus revenue, it's a very nice trend. The total collections from patients have increased every year from 2014 to 18. And as an auditor, we're always very concerned that the cash going in the bank is equal to the revenue going on the books. And this is 100% over that 5-year period. It's never going to be exactly the same, but it's very, very similar. So that's a good trend. You can look at net revenue per adjusted discharge. This is using the 2017 data from El Paso because their cost report has not been completed yet, and it's a mixture of 17 and 18 data from the other facilities. What this indicated to me is that the El Paso rate was pretty much in sync with most districts that have a similar payer mix. The outlier here is Lubbock, which has very, very limited uncompensated care patients, so that's what drives their number way up. I can report in 2018 that number for El Paso should be $600 to $700 higher due to improvements in the revenue cycle and some renegotiated payer contracts. Supplemental revenue is a percentage of net patient revenue. That's about 32% of your revenue in 2018. In 2017, it was 39%. That's part of the impact of the regulatory and law changes that we talked about earlier. $80 to $95 million a year of revenue for UMC is what that relates to, but it did drop due to the $15 million in the El Paso County Collaborative and the $8 million due to the UC changes. That's the reason you see that percentage decrease. I think that from a commissioner court's perspective, it's important that you see that the amount of revenue coming from this program is at or above most of these other facilities across the state, indicating that your team is doing a good job to ensure that they are receiving their fair share of those funds. The outlier here is Harris, which has very, very relatively low patient volume for a city that size, but very, very high percentage of uncompensated costs that drives that up. And they've been an outlier in this measure for as long as we've been looking at this chart. This slide shows El Paso first. The numbers across the top, you see like 912K and 908K. Those are the covered lives that are covered by El Paso First. So 908,000 Medicaid lives are covered for the year. Two things happened with El Paso First this year that resulted in about a $8 million decline in their profitability. First, because there were pretty good years in 2016 and 17, the state cut revenues by about $2 million due to rate cuts. The other thing that happened was a very significant flu season and some incidental pharmaceutical costs that increased the cost of claims by about $6 million. So $2 million less revenue, $6 million more claim cost resulted in the underwriting gain or the net profit between premium revenue and claims cost to go down. And you can see the difference in that chart there. But it is still a positive underwriting gain, and some of that revenue does go in to support other programs at UMC. For some reason, this has stopped working. There we go. This chart shows property tax revenue and collections as a percentage of total revenue. So the blue bar, the actual bar, is the absolute dollars that each entity receives in total property tax revenues. $100 million, about $105 million in El Paso, $600 plus million at Dallas. The percentage is how much of the total revenue of the system or the entity does that tax revenue represent. So El Paso gets about $105 million of support from the county and its citizens, which is about 15% of their revenue. These other entities, you can see, generally receive far more percentage of their revenues from property taxes. You almost have to exclude Midland, Lubbock, and Ector County because they're so much smaller. But I think Dallas, Tarrant, Bear, and Harris are good peer comparisons. And so I think from a citizen's perspective, your hospital here is doing as much as it can with a lower percentage of revenue coming from property owners to help support operations. Last slide that I'll show you is a comparison of capital expenditures compared to what the industry average would be. In the healthcare industry, we compute industry averages for spending based on a multiple of depreciation. So the red bar represents the depreciation expense of UMC each year. And then we can go to rating agencies like Moody's or S&P, and they'll say that the average hospital spent 1.1 or 1.2 times depreciation on capital assets. And so that's what the green bar would represent, the average spending of a hospital across the country. And the blue bar is what you actually spent. And so you can see that in some years you've been above the industry average, and some years you've been below. Overall, that's right in line with the industry, maybe just a smidge below, but back in 2011, 12, and 13, you were well above because of the patient tower that was going on. So from an operational perspective, this didn't cause me a lot of alarm because you've been able to maintain that spending compared to your peers, and you had a very big spike a few years ago. Last item that I would tell you is that there were no deficiencies that were reported from an internal control perspective for UMC that were required to be written. We obviously had some opportunities for improvement we discussed with the management team for more insignificant items. And then we included two other matters related to future accounting changes and a recommendation to update and refresh the IT policy review going forward to be sure that it's operating appropriately in the risk environment that we have today from a cyber threat and so forth. Be happy to answer any questions or go back to any of the charts and graphs that we looked at related to 2018's audit and financial results.
Commissioners, any questions? Yes, sir.
How are we doing on reimbursements?
Well, from a reimbursement perspective, I think been a lot of work around making sure that as much as can come in, and Michael, you may want to join me on this answer, renegotiating contracts, especially at children's, to be sure that those are an appropriate level. From a reimbursement, it's kind of like what do we get paid from patients and then what do you get paid from Medicaid supplemental. I think there's been a lot of work on the patient side. The Medicaid supplemental has so many moving parts that it's almost impossible to keep up with what's going to happen in Austin, but I know that the advisors that Michael works with routinely are some of the best, and it appears to me that you're getting everything that any other hospital in the state is getting right now.
Are we getting, there have been, previous years have been discussion in regards to we talk about the reimbursement as far as the rate that we get here in El Paso compared to other cities. How do we stack up on that?
From a Medicare perspective, they're pretty equivalent, and that's somewhat driven by the wages that are paid in El Paso. I think from a Medicaid perspective, it's pretty close. The thing that really comes into play is the payer mix. So if you look at this chart, if we were to change that red bar out for what we think it's going to be when the 2018 cost report is finalized here in about a month, that's going to be close to $7,900, right at $7,000, right?
That is correct.
So you're going to see about an $800 per admission increase in average payment once we get the current year information. And that will be very, very similar to what other hospitals are getting. Now, as I mentioned, you have a couple of hospitals across the state, Lubbock being the primary one, where their rate of reimbursement is much higher, but that's because almost all of their patients have insurance. The thing that comes into play here is you have a bunch of people that have insurance, maybe they pay you $15,000 per admission, and then you have uninsured patients that pay nothing or they pay a very small amount. And the more you have of the uninsured or the underinsured, that's going to drive that rate down. And I think that's why you see Harris be so low, because they have a very, very high indigent rate compared to many of their hospitals across the state.
If I may, Michael Nunez, Chief Financial Officer, UMC El Paso. In terms of our funded payer mix and our unfunded payer mix, was it just to put things into perspective? Back when I started about 12 years ago, probably about 55% of our patients were unfunded. Currently, right now, we're about 38%. So over the last 12, 13 years, we've been able to decrease the unfunded payer mix from about 55% down to about 38%. So that over time has helped us in terms of this graph showing that we're collecting more on a per patient basis, just, simply because of our improved payer mix. Now, the other, this slide right here, which talks about Medicaid supplemental revenue dollars. Now, this is the one which is always a challenge. And, Jacob and I, working through the Teaching Hospitals of Texas, I myself am on the Medicaid Hospital Payment Advisory Committee. This is where there's a set pool of dollars statewide for Medicaid funding, but there's so many various hospitals that are, that take a part of this, the public hospitals, the for-profit hospitals, the large not-for-profit hospitals, the children's hospitals. So this is where the industry as a whole needs to come together so we can try to balance and what is fair, to all the various hospital types. In fact, this Friday, the Texas Hospital Association is going to be having a meeting with all the hospital groups because there are still some unpaid Medicaid disproportionate share funds and Medicaid uncompensated care funds for 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017. Those years, there was because of earlier when we talked about this Texas Children's lawsuit against Health and Human Services Commission, there was about 5% of Medicaid monies for these individual years, which were not paid based upon the outcome of this lawsuit. This lawsuit was settled back in May, so now the industry is coming back together, and how do we distribute those remaining 5% of those 2014, 15, 16, and 17? So that's where the various hospital groups are going to get together to make a recommendation to HHSC and how these unpaid dollars are going to be paid to all the hospital groups. So that's a long-winded answer to your question, but it's both the payments that we receive through our patients, but also as well in terms of was it the Medicaid supplemental dollars?
I have one more question. Jacob, maybe you can answer the question. We have a large military population here in our community, so I would assume that you service some of those individuals. Are you able to break out the active duty and the retired military that you service?
Well, we have TRICARE agreements, much like the other hospitals in the community, and when we do get active duty military personnel or when we get retired personnel, we are able to take care of them. Matter of fact, on the site on our main campus, there is a VA mental health clinic that's being built for that very purpose. Mm-hmm. I think we have found that not only we, but even the private hospitals have always reached out to William Beaumont in being able to offer any kind of services we can in terms of overflow, or in some cases we might offer services that William Beaumont at this point does not offer. Additionally, we also provide training for some of the William Beaumont physicians, the residents, right, in trauma and orthopedics, and others that will come in and actually gain experience with our trauma center at UMC. So our partnership with the military base and William Beaumont is very strong. And as Michael said, he talked about, you look at the sources of revenue, our self-pay portion has dropped, in part because of the investment in things like these outpatient clinics that UMC has created that allows us to provide care for those that don't have money at a much lower rate than rather than waiting for them to get really sick and then have to go to an ER. That also includes service for our military personnel should they want to use it as well. As far as the governmental portion, that is in flux. As you know, there's a lot of discussion in terms of reducing funding and support for the Affordable Care Act that supports a lot of the safety net hospitals. Programs like the Pharmacy 340B program and others have been under scrutiny in terms of attempts to reduce. And so I can tell you that our state is working hard with the safety net hospitals in terms of trying to maintain that level of revenue coming in. And then something that Michael did not mention is that our revenue is actually, in terms of collections, have gone up because Michael and his team have worked real hard in terms of reducing denials and to maximize our collections so that there's less pressure on the taxpayer. As you noted in that one slide, 15% of our total revenue comes from tax revenue. For other hospitals that are bigger than us, it's up to the 20 and 30% range. And then Cindy Stout and her staff over at the Children's Hospital did a great job in renegotiating contracts. Senator Rodriguez helped us with that at the state level as well. And because of that, they're seeing an increase in what they get in terms of collections that's helping stabilize their financial performance as well. So it's many things going on, and everybody works really hard in trying to make sure that we maximize our efforts to minimize the impact on our community, because as you know, unlike Houston or San Antonio and others, a lot of our taxes come from families and the individual residents that live in the city, as opposed to some of the larger organizations that might exist in bigger cities.
You mentioned trauma. So maybe you want to toot your horn that you are the #1 trauma center within this region. Is that correct?
We're the only level 1 trauma center within this region. We are also a trauma site for New Mexico as well. We are the only Joint Commission's certified comprehensive stroke program. Children's has a level 4 NICU that is one of 2, and then we're close to getting recognized for a level 4 maternal services as well. So I will tell you that our team, our partners, not only at Children's but at Texas Tech, we all work really hard to try to provide great quality care, and many times that is represented by some of the quality accolades that we get.
Last question. As a result of UTEP becoming a Tier 1 school, university, will that have any impact on you?
Well, it does in that from the standpoint of as they pursue Tier 1 for research, there are times that we are involved in some of the research studies. For example, the College of Science does a lot of genetic testing to improve the effectiveness of medication for pediatric patients in terms of modifying the drug so it's more effective with that particular DNA makeup. Additionally, as you know, UTEP provides us a great source of our nurses, our pharmacists, and we support both programs with clinical services as well as in the pharmacy, a residency program, physical therapists, and a number of other healthcare positions actually come from UTEP. On top of that, as you know, recently we agreed to help UTEP with regards to their pharmacy services for their students and be able to provide that access to their students throughout the city as opposed to one location with expanded hours and the same or better rates. So our partnership with Tech, with UTEP and others is very strong.
Thank you.
Commissioner Liu, you have a question?
Just a quick question, Jacob. In lieu of the government shutdown, are you now being affected, or will you be affected by that?
Not so far as we know. I mean, the concern is going to be, will CMS and HHSC at the federal level continue to operate? I have a son that works at Health and Human Services, and fortunately, they had enough in their budget to continue working. Clearly, the longer the government shutdown continues, the higher the risk that certain services and funding streams we rely on could be impacted if they have to shut down some of the health-related services.
But you don't have any time frame where that will eventually start affecting you?
No, I don't.
Commissioner Perez?
Thank you, Jacob. One issue that's come up in these types of presentations is the timing in which the Commissioners Court receives this. This was just uploaded this morning, and it's a 60-page document. I would have liked to have gone through it beforehand, but for whatever reason, we didn't get it ahead of time. I don't know if it's possible. I know it was presented to your board mid-December. I don't see why there's any reason why we can't just get a copy of it at that point. But we typically require all of our agenda items to have backup 3 days before when it's posted. Otherwise, it makes it very difficult for us to review this information,
right.
and it doesn't make the most of. Yeah.
When did we present it to our board? Was it?
It was December 14th or so.
Right. And I think sometimes with the holidays and such, but your point is well taken. What we'll do is as soon as we get it and it's approved by our board, we'll release a preliminary copy so that you all have adequate time to review it. As you know, the PowerPoint is just a brief summary. There's a thicker report that comes after that, and we'll make sure you get that starting next year with enough time to review it. And as you know, I meet with all of you individually. If as you review it, there are any questions that come up, feel free to bring them up. Or if there's things you want to bring up here, let us know. We'll be glad to answer those.
Well, Jacob, thank you for those additional comments, because it really, other than the report, it puts things in perspective for us. So thank you for that. And Michael and Tom and Cindy and Ryan back there. We thank you for what you're trying to accomplish and a lot of hard work. Had the opportunity twice to visit your facilities, and very proud of what you're doing for El Paso. Thank you.
We got a great team.
You absolutely do. Thank you. So I make a move to accept the report.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Judge, we do have our member with the Office of Emergency Management here. Would you like to take that item from consent?
Pardon me?
We do have a representative from the Office of Emergency Management here. Would you like to go ahead and take?
Absolutely. Thank
item
you so
C
much.
From consent?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 3P, accept the quarterly report from the Office of Emergency Management.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners Court.
Good morning.
There was a question on the report that I can answer.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Yes. No,
Bettis.
I appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir.
So in just going over the report and with the events that occurred, over the past several weeks, with the migrants here in the community, I guess I just wanted to hear a little bit more. There was a little bit of a description of sort of a summary of what transpired, but I guess what was your all's role in that, and I guess what was done to inform elected officials about the ongoing preparations or the ongoing efforts that were being done to address this. I can just tell over the Christmas holiday, I was getting a lot of media requests, and I simply just didn't have the information available. I don't know who that information is shared with. If it's not shared with the whole court, it should be. But could you go over just a little bit more about what was your all's role as it pertained to the situation with the migrants coming into our community, and what was done, I guess, to communicate that to I guess particularly the elected officials who often have to answer to media on these types of things.
Definitely. Good morning. So what we're going through with the migrant issues is not something new. It's something that's been going on issue since maybe 2006 or something. So it's a good trend already. It's going on at least 12 years or so or more that they're coordinating the releases. So just to put it this, it's going to be a couple of entries, whether you have through a port of entry and then customs detains those individuals and they process them, or if they're having illegal entry through it between the port of entries, then Border Patrol obtains those migrants and then they process them. Once they get processed through those entities, even though they're both Border Patrol or Customs and Border Protection, they're separate entities, and then they get processed and they get released to ICE and ERO, Enforcement Removal Office. Once they do go through that process of Enforcement Removal Office from ERO, they get coordinated through nonprofits or NGOs. Particularly Mr. Ruben Garcia from the Annunciation House. So when he does that and he gets coordinated, he's in a constant day messaging and texting of how many coordinated releases he can accept. And he's got currently 15 shelters or places where they can accommodate the transient immigrants for now, and in El Paso, and I think he's got 4 in Las Cruces, so a total of 19. When they were in constant communication also with Ruben Garcia and the Annunciation House on how many he can accept. So what he does, he gives a report to ERO and tells them I have space for so many different shelters or processing to the hospitality centers. And when he gives that report to ISERO, they let them know I have so many people that I can accommodate. He can probably expand the number of migrants that he can accommodate, but it will take a coordinated effort from ICE, ERO to let them know. So normally they have communications is pretty good between them of how they communicate to how many he can accept through different centers, hospitality centers, and how many they're going to release that day, per day. So he tells them on the beginning of the week, on Monday I can accept these, a number of, a certain number on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So and then since the beginning of the week, he pretty much has a good idea of how many they can release, how many they're going to be accepting. The issue here is that we had a couple of releases that weren't notified. So we had Mr. Ruben Garcia gave him a couple of his numbers, how many he can accept, and ICE ERO accepted, and they said yes, we did. There was a breakout of communication to where once they released a certain number of individuals or migrant, they released them like they said to the hospitality centers. Customs and ICE ERO, they actually drive them to the hospitality center, so they don't touch. They don't drop them off anywhere. They shouldn't be dropped off anywhere. The breakup in communication is when they accepted those migrants into the hospitality centers, and then there was an additional unannounced release. And there was an announced release at the Greyhound station. For some reason or another, they went out there the first one happened on October 26th. And then that was that one isolated incidents when they had an unannounced release at the Greyhound station. That was addressed. We got together with the ICE and ERO and customs officials and let them know that how we can avoid that situation, because then it stresses our system to where we have to take action. Like other emergencies, let me just go real quick. So then on the 23rd, 24th, and 25th December, they did those unannounced releases again. So it creates a big stress in our system again. Look, what I was going to get to is on other emergencies like hurricanes and stuff, they have T-minus so many hours and they can prepare for it. If we prepare for an ice storm or winter storm or rain, we can kind of see we monitor the weather patterns, and we're in constant communication with the National Weather Service and such. So it gives us a preemptive, how can we coordinate that emergency. The problem is when we get an unscheduled release, it stresses our system, because then they just put these migrants releases out on the streets, especially being the 23rd, 24th, and 25th of December being cold and without anywhere to go and money and how they can coordinate. So they go to the Annunciation House, and we had to coordinate and step up. Now, our notifications, particular to your question, Commissioner Pettis, is we were coordinating with Ruben this whole time before, and this is prior to January 1st, right? And during the Christmas, we would coordinate always with the county judge, and we would coordinate with them on how we approach these incidents, or if anything's going on, to keep them abreast more than anything, so we can have a common operating picture, and we can all have the same information, because we hate for you guys to have surprises. We can definitely take that recommendation and add more commissioners, the Commissioners Court entirely, per your request, if you will, to our notifications. But that's how we coordinate usually. Any other questions?
In this situation, is it fair to say that Annunciation House is sort of taking the lead when it comes to coordination?
They are, and they are the lead for this. And our job as an organization for Office of Emergency Management, you can say we coordinate, as you all know, and we coordinate disasters or anything that's going to affect our city. So our job for say is to help them coordinate with the nonprofits and how they can be self-sustainable and be able to operate with little or no assistance from us. So we support them with the nonprofits, so they don't tax our system, they don't tax our county and the city as well. So that way we can coordinate and help them coordinate without us allocating resources, particularly that's going to cost us way more money in the long run. Because as I mentioned before, this is not something that is has a start and end date. It's been happening since 2006 or more, and it just happens to, when you have those spikes of influx for migrant detainees, it's going to tax them for sure. But we coordinate with them and how they can approach and have more hospitality centers with their faith-based groups and such. So we don't have to open up a shelter, because then if we open a shelter up, sometimes it's going to tax our system way more to where we can't sustain it, especially without an end date.
Right. When Hurricane Katrina occurred, I think you all were activated,
yes.
And I guess this is where we didn't necessarily depend on the Red Cross to take care of the bulk of folks that were coming in from Hurricane Katrina. The OEM, from what I recall, was very heavily involved in that. And I haven't looked at the numbers, but I'm just assuming that there were many more migrants that were brought to our community than what we saw folks of the evacuees that were brought from Hurricane Katrina. I mean, so it's just so it just seems to me that this was certainly a community-wide very urgent situation. And I guess we probably need to have further discussions about what is it that we're going to be expecting of the nonprofit sector, because I think they're going to be at some point just be completely taxed out. Where I think we've already seen that where they do tentatively reach out to us when things do get bad. But I think there needs to be certainly greater coordination, because nothing, just to be clear, nothing was activated. When you're here in your list of EOC activations, there was an activation for the remnants of Hurricane Sergio, so for the celebration of lights, the Sun Bowl Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a winter weather event on the 29th. But there was no activations for the migrants coming in, right? Which just seems a little unusual, just given the scope of the urgent situation that we faced.
Yes, so there's 2 points I want to bring up. First is the Annunciation House is doing a tremendous job. They do an incredible job to process and host have those hospitality centers and get the migrants on a constant flow in and out of El Paso. So that's point one, that they're doing a tremendous job to where they are handling the situation without escalating and really taxing our system, so we don't have to be activated. And the second point is that this particular situation that we have is not, it's very particular. It's not like any other, like Katrina, to where we're a host city and county, and we open up our doors to El Paso and say, okay, coastal regions, we're going to evacuate and we're going to bring in people to El Paso. And then now it's a state-driven emergency to where it's actually, it's declared a disaster through the mayor in Houston or wherever they're from and president at the time to say this is a declared disaster. So what that means is there's being tracking funding reimbursements, and if you meet our threshold, how does that fund, especially in that coastal region and where it affects us, we're attached to that Katrina event, so we could be reimbursed as a city and county for hosting and for having the shelters open and such. So it's a little bit different on that, to where when we have this situation is very particular because it's not something that's recognized as a disaster, to where, as you can see, we're not even activating our centers yet, or our emergency operations center. So it would have to deplete us on resources, both city and county, before we can ask the state or the region and then the state for resources, and then get to that level to where we would reach, a federal, reimbursement type event. So at this point, we're not anywhere near to running out of resources, and they're not even activating. So it's great to have the Annunciation House coordinate that. The second point I was trying to make is this particular population is very unique, to where they don't come in and we host them in a shelter and they stay here until we help them and find rooms for them. They're a very transient population, to where they stay here on average 24 hours to 72 hours. They're here 1 to 3 days and then they're gone, and they move to the sponsor location, wherever that is in the U.S. And the second point is, or the third point on that is that very minimal, close to 0% of those migrants actually have host families in El Paso. El Paso is not a host city where they have relatives or sponsors for them. They're usually going out there anywhere from Florida to up north, anywhere, and that's why it's not taxing. I think our demographics as a city as a whole, just the numbers that we're accepting of migrant refugees each day, our demographics would change drastically if they would stay in El Paso, but they don't. They're very transient population.
I wanted to comment as well. in October when this first instance came about, I know that our former county judge and myself, we reached out to the Annunciation House to see kind of what they're looking at or what they might have needed, and it was made very clear to us that that the nonprofit sector wanted to take care of it, and they were not willing to. I mean, we asked about possibly, using some of our property or something like that for shelters or things like that, and it was made very clear that that would be a last resort, and that they didn't want to go down that road. So that's, I think, part of the reason why, at the county we haven't really looked at spending resources ourselves, and I think the city as well, and that's why the OEM also has kind of been more hands-off when it comes to the coordination, because that's what we were requested. That was requested of us when we first had meetings with Mr. Garcia.
Commissioner Stout, they are very good. The faith-based communities have been incredible as well, assisting the Annunciation House.
Right. We had a subsequent meeting to that where we all kind of branched out and said, okay, we're going to get in contact with as many faith-based or nonprofit organizations that we know within the area, and a lot of people came and they, have been helping out, ever since. And so obviously that's great that our community is able to do that. One concern that I share with you, though, is that, that nonprofit sector in the faith-based community there's going to be growing fatigue, and if this continues, the numbers have been going up and down. It's been on average at least 200 people, and then last week it went down to 50, 80 people, and then today I just saw that there's more than 300 coming through again. So, I think we should continue to have the conversation as to whether we need to expend resources ourselves as a government. I know that the nonprofit sector would like to continue to keep public money out of it, so that we lessen the scrutiny, I guess, on what's being done and limitations and things like that. But I think we also need to recognize that this is going to continue to happen, and the sustainability of volunteers and donations and things like that could at some point be exhausted.
Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think from a policy standpoint, Judge, we were talking the other day in regard to a situation like this, and I think that, let me ask the question. Is this type of situation included in our contingency plans?
Right now, it's something that's been ongoing for quite a number of years. So we have this and this coordination effort on how to address this particular situation. As you know, all emergencies they're all different, and we have to do them that way. But we have Ruben Garcia stated does a great job in the Annunciation House, and he's very structured on the way it's been working so long. We follow his plan.
I know that, I understand that, but I'm asking so that from a policy standpoint, from a contingency plan, do we have it in our contingency plan so that, Ruben does a great job, but so that we know, and all people part. So what role do we play? What role does the county play? What role does the city play? Now, I was with you, if you remember,
yes.
Firsthand, hands-on with Katrina and Rita when we had to people evacuate to El Paso. So I have firsthand knowledge as far as being there like about 18 hours a day for the entire operation. So, but I think that we need to have something like that in our contingency plans for us. What role does the county play? At what level do we get to where we activate some of our resources if we have to? I'm not saying that we should, but I'm saying if a need arises. Now, as those who were involved remember that with Katrina, it was from the state level and the federal level that the city of El Paso, the county of El Paso was asked, would you host these people? Here we got this different situation where, and one of the problems with the federal government was through FEMA was the reimbursement. We had to lay out cash for the resources and material, all things involved, and then at a later date we got reimbursed from the federal government. But I'm just saying that, Judge, I think that we were talking the other day. I think we need to have a contingency plan so that, well, Ruben does a great job. Ruben knows what to do. But then if situations come up, like Commissioner Pettit was saying, well, when do we get notified? So therefore, it should be at some point in time. And as I recall, either Judge, you or the mayor of El Paso is if we have a major catastrophe incident, that you are the incident commander, overall in charge of the.
Yes, that's correct. The judge just signed the TDM 147, which he appoints myself and Jorge Rodriguez as the EMC and myself as the assistant EMC. The judge is the director of emergency management and for the county, and then each independent city is also a director for their city. Now, having said that, most of the time, if something happens within the city, county, it's going to happen in multiple cities, whether it's Socorro or whether it's Horizon at the same time, Socorro and Clinton or El Paso, and it's going to affect us pretty much on different locations, different cities within the Del Paso County. How that normally works is we usually go through the county judge to do one reimbursement or one declaration of disaster, and his job would be to take lead on that. And that TDM 147 that he signed last week, the week before, is when he appoints us to do the day-to-day operations of the emergency management program, but yet it does not relieve him as duties as a director for emergency management. Yes, sir.
Right. Well, once again, Judge, I think that as we were talking previously, that we need to, at a later date, come up with a contingency plan in that regard, so that where everyone knows what their role is, and if we have to activate some resources from the county, we know who to call. And
yeah, I agree that we need to take that up at a later date and have that discussion.
Yes,
just a few comments. One, I do agree with Commissioner Pettis about not just informing the judge, but also the commissioners, because they have specific areas
of interest,
and they might get a call or something. So, and you and I met. It was really an incredible meeting. One of the stats that you mentioned about how few people actually stay in El Paso, I think there needs to be more information about those things, because there seems to be a little confusion as if everybody were to stay here. I was very surprised as how minimum number of people actually stay in our community. And so the other thing was that you felt it was an anomaly that we weren't communicated about the unscheduled releases.
Yes.
How confident do you feel? Because I spoke to Mr. Garcia as well after I spoke to you. He too, frustrated. That's when he says that when they can't function is when they have those unscheduled. When they have the scheduled and they're told, they do an incredible job, but he can't predict when he's not told. Well, what's your level of confidence that going forward we do have that that communication, and we're not going to have another anomaly of not being told about the unscheduled releases?
Well, I'll count them as two incidents, even though December 23rd, 24th, 25th was basically each day an incident. But the October 26th and then the December incident as well were an anomaly as well, as you mentioned. So it's something that is not common for them to do. It's just an isolated incident. And we do meet with Customs and Border Protection officials, both Customs, Office OFO, Office Field Operations and Customs and Border Patrol. We meet with all of them together, and we have these discussions, and we stress the importance of the scheduled releases and how much an unscheduled release is going to tax our system. As I mentioned before, without a countdown of preparing, we pretty much have to act now. They're on the street now, and we have to
absolutely
enact now. So it stresses our system. How confident I am. I'm hoping we've addressed this enough with Customs and Border Protection officials, but yet it is also on their hands, and whether they have. You never know who if this situation will happen again. We're hoping it doesn't happen again. It just depends how many people are there, who's in charge that day, and with government shutdown, I mean, things can happen. But we're fairly confident that it shouldn't happen again.
Well, thank you, Deputy Chief Rodriguez, for your work and your coordination of so many moving parts and the logistics that's involved in that. Is there a motion?
Can I make one more comment, Judge? I think it would be a good idea to have the whole Commissioners Court informed about what's going on. I don't know if that would be out of the judge's office or out of your office, but I know that, for example, I get a text message every morning from, I think it's from Ruben. I think there are a number of people on the text message that tell us how many refugees are going to be released, where they're going to be sent, and that type of thing. And so maybe that is something that we can put into an email or something that can be sent out to everyone on the Commissioners Court, so that they have that information on a daily basis. And if there's any other information that's pertinent, maybe y'all can. I know y'all are pretty busy and
yes. Would it help if we can get you in that text message for the county? If it directly, time. It's real. It's real time.
It's not super formal text message. Just basically letting.
And it gives you the outlines.
And the reason I'm on that list is because from the very beginning, I took it upon myself when I saw that this was going on. I called the Annunciation House, and then we had this kind of impromptu, not real formal meeting to talk about what was going on, and so we all signed up for the text message. But
well, I think it helps because you'll be seeing the benchmark, and if you see something that peaks, then it alerts all of us at the same time that there's something different happening. Yeah, so if it's possible, I would agree.
Commissioner Stout is very well informed, as you can see, of how low numbers are as the last couple of weeks. And that we attribute that, or they attribute that as well as to the cold weather, and they're anticipating an increase in releases as well. Not that Border Patrols has not releasing, they're just not getting the numbers the last couple of weeks, but I anticipate increasing numbers for the next, coming up when the weather warms up. So we definitely have to keep a coordinated effort and an eye on the situation.
And I think we should continue to have the conversation with Ruben and the nonprofit sector about kind of a sustainable plan going into the future, and whether that entails something, that looks like us giving, resources, because it's difficult. I spent a lot of time over the break as well at the shelters, and, people are amazing, but, when you got to stay there all day and all night, and, it's difficult.
That to me, that's sort of also outside the scope of what Annunciation House is doing, where there were several migrant children that were sent to area hospitals. And so is Border Rack sort of the lead for that, or in sort of what's OEM's role in either, coordinating or advising, letting officials know because it seems like there's various entities. So when it came to that case, it seemed like Border Rack was taking the lead, and the information disseminated wasn't very clear on that. And certainly our assets, and that's a situation where our assets as University Medical Center, were one of the entities that were used in that, but there was very little information that was coming through.
And that is something that, like as I mentioned earlier, what we're trying to do is support both the Annunciation House and the Border Rack's role was supporting the Customs and Border Protection.
Border Protection, because they're the ones that sent the folks to the hospital, right? It was
so when they had those two children that deceased was while they were in custody, or attributing when they were in custody started that. So what they have a new directive as from Homeland Security, federal directive was to get those children screened. So what we're trying to do is assist them as well and help them how to coordinate that. We don't also want to do is flood our area hospitals, and we want to make sure they don't have one hospital that's just, way over on patients. So we gave them access to a system we have. It's called EM Resources, and the Border Patrol can now see how many people are in the hospitals. They can coordinate that through Border Rack and through ourselves in our office, so we can keep a constant number or communication, not just with the Annunciation House, but with the Customs and Border Protection officials, to where how many people are being treated or assessed, or minors being assessed, and if they do require transport, at what level. We've met with the Customs and Border Protection officials last week. They're doing a lot of the transports themselves, so they don't tax the ambulance service as well. Obviously, if they see something, because they do have trained emergency medical technicians as well in-house, and to where they have a doctor that was actually brought in, a federal doctor now that was brought in, and their support staff with the doctors, to where they can start assessing these patients or these minors and mitigate another incident that happens again. So we are coordinating with them, and then they can see how many the hospitals, how availability of their hospitals is, and where they're being sent, and we can keep track of numbers as well of how many people have been assessed and transported.
Betsy, can you take the lead just so we can summarize now and figure a way how we understand the plan a little bit better? And
Yes, sir. And I just wanted to mention also our emergency operations internal coordinating person is part of the governmental affairs manager job. We'll be starting next week also, and they'll help with that coordination as well.
Excellent.
But yes, sir, glad to.
Well, thank you. A motion?
Just move to approve, move to accept the report.
Yeah. Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to meeting.
Thank you,
Further meetings with
Deputy.
you all.
That's excellent presentation. Thank you. We do have a public comment that came in a little late, and so I don't know if commissioners, can we accept this or put it on the next item, or is it okay if Mr. Chavira's here on a public comment?
Was it just a general public comment or on a
Yeah,
specific
general.
item?
It's on an item?
No,
it's
it should
a-
say on the paper. If you send it first, it might.
Yes,
It's
we would,
general, right?
we would
Yeah.
need a motion to reconsider public comment.
Move to reconsider.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chavira?
Item number 5, public comment.
Morning, Court.
Good morning.
I wasn't expecting to speak until I heard the gentleman. The Ruben Garcia Annunciation House is doing incredible work. My wife has fed over 500 of these children. There's just a terrible need out there. And I've been personally transporting, and it's not to talk about what we do, it's to let the public know what's really going on. I publicly transported to the bus station dozens of people. They might be traveling for 3 days on a bus with babies with no money. I'm wondering if the county can do anything about that. I've spoken to a lot of them personally. I have private telephone numbers. They're going to come back and talk to me once they get to their destination. They have complained about mistreatment, including mistreatment of kids by agents. When they arrive at Laredo, one of the locations, they may arrive at 4 in the afternoon. The kids are cold, they're hungry, they're scared. Moms say they haven't eaten since the day before. This is not a political situation. It is a humanitarian situation. We have to do a better job, coordinate with the city. We have to help these people. They're here for a reason. A lot of them don't want to be here. They don't have a choice. They've traveled 2,000, 3,000 miles with kids. How many of us can do that? How much are they trying to save their own kids? How hard are they trying? They're heroes. They're incredible people. But that's what they are. They're people. That's all they are. I just want to comment. I was in Europe in June, and El Paso has gotten a pretty bad black eye, a lot of bad publicity all over Europe. Ireland and Italy, every night on the news. Caged kids in El Paso, Texas, every night on the news, all of June of this year. My daughter's in-law, she married an Irishman. Hey, Roger, what do you guys do about that? How big is El Paso? Why does this happen? The world doesn't accept what we're doing here. Although we have beautiful citizens here in El Paso from all over the country giving and giving and giving. And you can see them, they're tired, but they don't stop. We need to do better. Thank you. A lot of my questions were presented by you, Commissioner Robinson. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chavira.
This brings us to item number 7 from board appointments. Approve the reappointment of Commissioner Vince Perez, appointee Claudia Cochran Miller to the Ethics Commission for the term beginning February 1st, 2019 through January 31st, 2021.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Ms. Cochran Miller has done a good job. She's had a good attendance at the Ethics Commission. She's an engaged member, and I look forward to reappointing her. And with this, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Just before we go forward on the board appointments, there are some position agencies that we, the commissioners, are appointed to. When do you plan on entertaining those?
It's later on the agenda.
Those are on the agenda
It's up
today,
the
sir.
agenda later.
Okay, well, okay, you're right. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Item number 8, County Administration. Postpone January 7, 2019. Approve and adopt a county property parking policy. Could we please have a motion to delete this item? We're going to take this up with item number 9. We just need to remove this.
Motion to delete.
Second.
Commissioner Perez has stepped out of the meeting. Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9, approve and adopt the policy regarding use or occupancy of county property and utilities rules.
Judge, Commissioners, I don't know if we want to wait for Commissioner Pettis to come back in on this item. I can go through what this item entails, and then if Commissioner Pettis would like, I can go back through it. Whatever's the pleasure of the court.
Just give a few minutes, see if he returns. If not, you can proceed.
Would you?
I believe he's
coming
headed
right
back.
back in.
Yeah.
This item is about the use or occupancy of county property and utilities rules. So this policy is to address when there are individuals that park on county property and proceed to basically camp out there, or use our utilities. So this policy would make it clear that the use of county property is reserved for the use, parking, or occupancy exclusively by persons conducting county business in a county-owned facility during regular business hours, or attending a county-sponsored function, or engaging in similar public functions as specifically authorized by the county. This would not allow any person to remain after regular business hours without specific county authorization. And it also goes on to clarify that the squatting or use of tents or recreational vehicles after regular business hours on county property without written authorization by the county is strictly prohibited. I would tell you that in the backup, there are 2 typos in the item that we've attached as backup that I will clean up, but there's no substance change to the item. The use of utilities for which the county is financially responsible is prohibited without written authorization, and that any person violating the policy would be required to leave immediately upon direction from a county representative, and that refusal to leave the property could result in towing, removal of any vehicles or camping equipment at the owner's expense, and arrest and prosecution for the offense of criminal trespass. Any use of county utility services without county authorization could also result in arrest and prosecution for the offense of theft. We've just had some situations over the years, different times, different situations, but this particularly we've had individuals camping out on county property. Currently it's at the port of entry, and we'd like to be able to have the ability to ask them to leave the premises, disconnect from our utilities, remove any belongings because they're bringing several items with them and they're placing them up on county property. And this is basically for the securing of and protecting of our property and to protect public health. And when there's a congregation for any reason on county property and it's not an authorized, sanctioned county event, there are other demands it places on the county at times between the sheriff's office, public works, departments having to clean up after the groups leave. And then also there are times, for example, we have leased out our property at the port of entry for groups to use. And they're then obligated to pay, to clean up, and we actually enter an agreement with what the terms are. When individuals take it upon themselves to locate themselves out there, there are none of those terms or agreements in place to hold them responsible for cleaning up after themselves. So we'd ask that the court consider approval of this policy so that we can address this current situation.
Commissioners, any questions, discussion on this matter? I like the fact that we're anticipating, because this last time we didn't have the policy, so it's a little difficult when you have a situation and then you implement the policy. So I like the fact that we're anticipating anything in the future from an experience that we just had. So I agree that it would be a good thing to do at this point in time. Commissioners? Any questions?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 10, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the emergency ambulance service agreement with Life Ambulance Service Incorporated to provide emergency ambulance services to the unincorporated areas of El Paso County in the amount of $407,052 per year for the term beginning February 1st, 2019 through January 31st, 2022, and may be renewed for additional 3-year terms. Funding is available in General Fund, Ambulance Services, Operations Expense General. Contract number 2018-0822.
Judge, Commissioners, we're requesting your approval of this this agreement with Life Ambulance for emergency ambulance services. It's a 3-year agreement, and as was mentioned, it does have the ability to be renewed for additional 3-year terms. The funding is available. This agreement is actually a little bit less than our current agreement per month. Also, in this one, you'll see that the contract has a clause in it that calls for ambulance service to be provided to Socorro through September 30th, 2019, the city of Socorro. We have notified them that by that time they will be required to have obtained ambulance service, or they would still be able to enter into an interlocal with the county if they'd like to procure that service through us. This does not mention a clause for Horizon, because Horizon has entered into an interlocal with us to receive ambulance service through the county. So they will receive ambulance service from Life Ambulance after September 3rd, or after, as of now, but they will be paying the county for those services.
Good. So, Betsy, with the exception of Horizon and the Socorro, we're covering all the other areas.
Yes, sir. And Commissioners Court, yes, sir, we do. All the areas outside of the city of El Paso. The contract does have an exception that the ambulance does not service the state park on Trans Mountain, or the Trans Mountain area for emergency rescues out in that area, but it covers the rest of the unincorporated areas and incorporated areas outside of the city of El Paso. We are working on a multi-year process to work with each of the smaller entities outside of the city of El Paso, the incorporated cities, to start working with them to pick up their share of the ambulance costs. We started with the two largest, which was Socorro and Horizon chose to enter an interlocal with the county. Socorro did not. And then we will continue going down the list of those who have the most demand of the services. I believe next is Anthony and Clint, I believe is next. So over this next year, we'll start working with them as far as an interlocal as well.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action regarding appointments of members of Commissioners Court or designees to various boards.
Betsy.
I place this item on every time there is a new Commissioners Court that is seated, meaning new members are added to the court. So these are some of the current board assignments that we currently track for appointments that are where members of the actual Commissioners Court are appointed to various boards, or like the Rio Grande Council of Governments, or the Purchasing Board, Central Appraisal District, etc. Now, there are some of these that are set with specific terms, so I believe that those individuals would complete the remainder of the term. But the other seats, the court is able to review and determine whether that person wants to continue in that role, whether there is another role for that individual, and whether any new members of the court want to be considered for any of these appointments. There were also a few other boards that were brought to my attention after we posted this that the court may want to also consider the appointees. And but if you'd like to review the list currently, we have 3 seats on the Rio Grande Council of Governments. Commissioner Leon currently holds one of those seats. One of those seats is normally held by the county judge, and then the other seat, which is normally held by a commissioner, is vacant. The Juvenile Justice Board, it's actually, I believe, statutorily dedicated to the county judge, but when Judge Escobar was in office, she asked Commissioner Leon to be her designee for that seat. The Bail Bond Board is also a seat that has been designated to Commissioner Leon, I believe, by the county judge's office. The Purchasing Board seat 1 and 2, Purchasing Board is a 5-member board. 2 seats of that board are dedicated to members of Commissioners Court. Commissioner Pettis currently sits on there, and there is a vacant seat as well on the purchasing board. The Central Appraisal District, that one has a specific term, and the seat is currently fulfilled by Commissioner Pettis. And I believe, Commissioner Pettis, are you the chair?
Secretary of.
Secretary for that board. Then there's TIRZ, Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone 5. That is actually in Commissioner Stout's precinct, and so normally Commissioner Precinct 2 is who sits on that particular board. Border Trade Advisory Committee. This actually has a lot to do with transportation and our intergovernmental relations as well with Mexico on transportation, and Commissioner Pettis is our designee to that board currently. And then the Emergence Health Network, this board again is another one with a specific term, and the current appointee is Commissioner Stout, and right now I believe he is the vice chair of that board. The additional, if you'll give me 1 second, I believe there's a couple other boards that Commissioners Court sits on at the request of the court, and if you can give me just a couple minutes, I can pull those up.
Judge, I have a question. I don't see on here the MPO.
That's one of them, yes, sir. The MPO is another one, and the bylaws specifically state the members for the county to be the county judge, county commissioner, and a representative of the El Paso County Transit Agency. That one is one where Commissioner Pettis is currently the vice chair as well, I believe, for the MPO, and that's normally a transition where you go from vice chair, and then you basically are the chair-elect. Right. Is then the transition in the MPO.
So you said we have the county judge and Commissioner Pettis? Okay.
And then there's also the Far West Texas Water Planning Group, which deals with long-range water planning in conjunction with Texas Water Development Board. I believe that currently, Commissioner Pettis, do you sit on that?
I do sit on that, but typically designate a proxy.
Okay, and then there's a binational regional steering and technical committee, and I'm not sure, but do you also sit on that, Commissioner Pettis? No.
So in the water planning board, we have a position or no?
Any representative from the county and a designated alternate can be on that, and that dealing with long range water planning.
So we just have one position on it? Okay.
Are those it, Betsy?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'd like to hear from the commissioners, their thoughts on where they're serving, whether they want to continue, and any other comments that can help us, especially Commissioner Robinson and myself, to understand where you'd like to be at this point in time.
Judge, Commissioners, I'm currently, I sit on the JPD, the COG, and the bail bond boards. I'm fine with them, but if anybody would like to, I don't want to use the word bump off, but I'm open to any type of suggestion.
Well, I'm fine that you're there, so I don't know about the rest.
Well, Judge,
Robinson?
I previously served on the COG, the Regular Council Government, and I'd like to serve on that again as well.
There's a vacancy.
There is a vacancy.
Right. And there, the water, I think we said we only have one position on the Water Development Board, and Commissioner Pettis is already there now, right?
On which one?
The Water Development Board. Commissioner, you're on that board now, right?
Which one?
The Water Board.
Yes, there is the Water Board. I typically assign a proxy just because there's always conflicts with the schedule. So, I mean, if somebody wants to take that, I'm certainly open.
I would consider that one as well.
Is that noted, Betsy?
Yes, sir. Okay, we do have a vacancy on the purchasing board that we need to fill. It's a very important seat. It's a 5-member board. 3 members are district judges. 2 members are commissioners court. This is truly our liaison. As you know, purchasing is critical to everything we do. I was looking to see if Jose or Joe's here in the audience. It's critical to our operations, and so it's really truly our link in the oversight of that department. Commissioner Pettis sits on there now, and then the other seat is vacant. It can be any other member of the commissioners court.
I'd like to consider, if no one else does, to be on that board. Anybody else would like to? Okay.
Judge, another question.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Pettis?
Sure.
The transportation, is that one seat?
There's 2 seats for the county. Well, actually, there's 3. One of them is taken up by staff. The other one is taken up by the county judge. And then I've been appointed by the court to serve that. And I currently serve as vice chair and will be incoming chair next year.
Well, I wasn't talking about the MPO. I'm talking about the other.
The Transportation or the Border Trade Advisory Committee?
Yes.
That's one where Judge Vogt, former Judge Vogt last year, he had asked me to serve on it because they deal with a lot of transportation issues along the border. And they had asked Judge Vogt to serve on that, but since his time was limited, he felt that there would be more continuity if somebody else had served on it. If somebody wants that position as well, there's quarterly meetings in Austin for that position.
You'd like to continue in that one?
I mean, I don't mind serving. There is a link with transportation, and that's why I think I was asked. But if somebody's really
well, I'd like to see that continuity if everybody's okay with that.
It's fine with me. And then I serve on EHN. I'm the vice chair. Right now, the chair position is vacant. I'm going to be vying for the chairmanship at our next meeting that we have on emergence. And then I serve on the downtown tax increment reinvestment zone. It's a CHERS number 5 board, and just came off of being chair. But I would obviously like to continue to serve on that board because it's has explicitly to do with the downtown, which is in the area that I represent. And then, Betsy, I'm also on the Medical Center of the Americas board on behalf of the county, and I'd like to continue to be on that board as well. And that's as a ex officio non-voting member.
And it's not unusual during the year. Sometimes special projects will come up, but at that time, a member of the court will say, we'll dedicate a member to serve on that committee, if you will.
Such as my office in the census.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So just to clarify what I understand right now, the vacancy on the Rio Grande Council of Governments, seat number 3, will be filled by Commissioner Robinson. The vacancy on the purchasing board, seat number 2, will be filled by Judge Samaniego. And then the Far West Texas Water Planning group will be Commissioner Robinson. And then those are the only 3 changes, correct?
Correct. Do we need to vote individually on each one, or as?
I think they could do it.
So the recommended motion for this, and it's really for the record purposes, if this is the route that you all wanted to take, would be to approve and authorize to appoint Commissioner Carl Robinson to fill the vacancy on the Rio Grande Council of Governments, seat 3, and the Far West Texas Water Planning Group. Further, to appoint the county judge to fill the vacancy on the purchasing board, seat 2. That would be your motion.
So moved.
Second.
Just before we finalize this, a question. In my role at the city, we had a position pertaining to the military. I was the liaison for the city of El Paso in Austin through the governor's office as far as military, as far as Fort Bliss. I don't know if we have anyone in that role, but if we don't, I would advocate that we do that because during the 2 sessions ago, as you know, that we have Fort Bliss here in our community. And there is, at some point in time, will be another round of BRAC. We formed a committee of all of the representatives from all the cities that have a military installation. And I was a board member of that organization as well. 2 sessions ago, through the state legislature, we got $30 million for military sustainment, where we could apply for grants of that $30 million, and it was for projects on or off Fort Bliss as long as it has some military value. We needed more than $30 million, but we got $30 million, which was the largest amount that the state legislature had ever awarded. We want to go back to this session and get there because even though we may not be, I won't say we're not in jeopardy of losing Fort Bliss, because a lot of other states around the nation are vying for those assets in their community. For example, in the state of Texas, we have in the Army, there's 10 active divisions, Army divisions. 3 of them in Texas, 1 being at Fort Bliss and 2 being at Fort Hood. The other states are doing all they can to pull those assets. For example, if you remember, we lost the 3rd Army Cavalry out of Fort Bliss, went to Fort Carson, Colorado. That was to save Fort Carson. We lost the Air Defense School to Fort Sill, Oklahoma. That was to save Fort Sill. So although we are a premier installation here at Fort Bliss, you can never underestimate that the Army would say, well, the DOD may say, we're going to close Fort Bliss. With all the investment they made, the $6 billion that they invested, I would say it would be kind of stupid if they did, but I've seen it happen in my career in the military.
Could we keep that separate from the motion that we'll look into?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I made a note, we'll look into a military advocate with the governor's office, and legislatively, if anything comes up on this matter, to make sure that Commissioner Robinson is contacted.
Excellent.
And coordinated with.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12, Auditor. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 132.044, authorize the county to collect a service charge for credit card chargebacks.
Dion?
Yes, Commissioners. It came to our attention that we have credit card payments periodically that we have returned by the credit card companies. We have to dispute the item, and if it's found that the individual doesn't have to pay, we actually have no way right now to charge them like we do a check when it's insufficient funds. So we looked into the statute, and it allows us to charge an individual if they use a credit card and then subsequently cancel their payment, to charge them the same $30 we would on a check for NSFs. But we can't start charging that without the authorization of the Commissioner's Court, because we have not charged it in the past. I don't anticipate it's going to be a lot of money, but we do have some individuals. We've had a few cases where an individual did reverse the payment. It got disputed, and the credit card companies have an extended period of time that they allow for a charge to be disputed. I think it's close to 45, 60 days. So it can come, way after the fact. And right now we don't have any recourse. So we're asking for your approval so that we can charge the $30 in addition to the amount that's owed, just like we do with other NSF checks.
Discussion? Questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, Information Technology. Postponed January 7, 2019. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the maintenance agreement with Morgan Kai Group Incorporated. Funding is available in General Fund ITD Maintenance and Repair Software. Contract number 2018-0837.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Chris Stathis, your Chief Technology Officer. The item before you is a request to purchase software for the County Auditor's Department. The software will provide for internal audit functions that the auditors requested that we provide. We recommend approval.
Questions, discussions, Commissioners? Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye. Thank you,
Motion
Christopher.
carries.
Thank you.
Item number 14, approve and authorize the county judge to sign an agreement with Sequel Data Systems Incorporated. Funding is available in CP Capital 16D Cap Out IT Equipment. Contract number 2018-0745.
Chris Stathis, your Chief Technology Officer. The item before you is a request to engage with SQL Data Systems to improve to modernize the computing platform that the county currently uses. In 2006, the county identified that our computing platform would very soon be obsolete. Upon recognition of this through the budget process and through the strategic planning process, Commissioners Court approved ITD to move forward with a project that would modernize our entire computing platform that we use for the county. This project was bifurcated into two separate projects. One was a hardware component. The second was a service component. The hardware component was just recently ostensibly completed. We're now looking to move forward with the services portion of that. This portion will bring a third-party vendor who has experience with this type of modernization program in to assist ITD in this very heavy lift that will affect everyone on the computing platform that we use. The item is vital to the services that we currently provide. It will improve our efficiency and our security, and I recommend approval.
Discussion, questions?
How
Commissioner
long
Robinson.
will it take to implement?
Our project manager is here. I believe the implementation time is somewhere in the fall of this year. Will we go live? Is that roughly correct?
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Rene Camarillo, Information
morning.
Technology Department.
Morning.
To answer your question, Commissioner, we're looking at 1 year for the implementation of the services.
And will there be any disruption of service?
We'll work with respective departments to minimize any kind of disruption. There's going to be some slight disruption when we operate the systems that Mr. Stathis did mention.
Is 1 year good benchmark as
It's
to
a
what
good
you're doing?
benchmark, Judge. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you.
I'm still pushing for fall.
Okay, good for you.
Item number 15, Public Works. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding proposed amendments to the real property donation policy and procedures.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Lucero Meadows, Director of Planning and Development. I have a few copies here to hand out to the court of today's presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jose.
And this is, we're bringing this item forth to you this morning. This policy and procedure deals specifically with the way that the County of El Paso accepts donations from individuals who are interested in, who have real property, land that they want to donate because they've either inherited it or they see no value to continue to keep the land. And so it was a very ad hoc process 6 years ago. 7 years ago, it's been updated, and now we have an actual policy that guides how we deal with these. So under the local government code, the Commissioners Court is authorized to accept these donations if the court can determine that there is a county function or purpose. And that is the reason why the Public Works Executive Director now provides recommendations to the Commissioners Court on which pieces of property should be considered for acceptance, which should be denied. Ultimately, all of the Public Works departments evaluate collectively each request and determine if there is an extraordinary value to the county, and then the process requires a presentation be made to the Commissioners Court. At that point, if the property owner agrees or disagrees rather with the department's determination, they can then appeal directly to the Commissioners Court, and ultimately the court approves or denies the recommendation. The term extraordinary value of property is the phrase that's used in the policy, and currently there are only two sets of criteria that we can look to evaluate a piece of property. One, if it's a large piece of property that's three or more acres in size, or if it's a group of properties that are located next to each other that collectively are 3 or more acres in size. This has value because it can be used in the future to accommodate ponding. We can be a land swap with other landowners in the area. It can be used to stockpile materials for the department, and so that's the reason why that's one criteria that we evaluate. The second one is it can be smaller in size if it is located within the City of El Paso's extraterritorial jurisdiction. So these properties are going to be closer to the urbanized area, and because of that, they may be in the path of development, and which may give them more value than a 3-acre property located near the Hudspeth-El Paso County line. At the end of last year, it was requested that the department come back with an update to also add this third consideration, a property that is unoccupied and undeveloped and within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of El Paso, as well as within a legally platted subdivision. So these are going to be what are known as the fractionalized ownership lots, or the paper plats in the east side of El Paso County. These lots were, these subdivisions were recorded with the county in the late 60s, early 70s, and have individual ownership across the entire country and even international ownership. And it's been an issue that the county has attempted to remedy over the past few years through legislative efforts. But the goal here is, if there is a property that is located in these areas, these paper plat areas, that the county could accept the donation of property and begin to land bank these properties for future use to try and remedy that issue. To walk the court through the previous policy, the way it was written, the procedures, an applicant would submit a request to the point of contact, that is our GIS manager within planning and development. Then staff would evaluate the property to determine if it meets the criteria of being extraordinarily valuable. It would then be inspected to ensure that there was no illegal dumping or hazardous waste or environmental concerns on the property. Those findings would be presented to the Public Works departments, and then a recommendation would be developed collectively from all of the Public Works division managers and staff. Staff would prepare the necessary paperwork. At this point, currently, our county attorney's office does legal review prior to the item being placed on the Commissioners Court agenda. You're notified of the denial recommendation via consent agenda item. So in other words, if the department is recommending not to accept the property, it just is a consent agenda item. You wouldn't hear it presented to the court the way that I'm presenting to you right now. If the department recommended approval, it would be a regular agenda item, and you'll see those coming forward in the next few months when we have a few properties that are currently under inspection that will ultimately determine whether or not to recommend acceptance or denial of the donation. And from there, the court would make a final determination of acceptance. And if approved, staff would then coordinate the submission of the necessary documents with the property owner. So that's going to be all the forms that require signatures and everything else. Everything stays the same with the changes up until this point. Currently, we had been requesting legal review of all the documents from the county attorney's office before we came to the commissioner's court. And we've adjusted that process now. We're asking the court to formally adopt the policy to reflect that change for the department to receive authorization to proceed with the donation process from the commissioner's court prior to actually requesting legal review from the county attorney's office. And it's just to ensure that the legal resources for the county aren't being exhausted on a denial, on a recommendation which the commissioner's court may not ultimately accept. Additionally, the county attorney's office has requested that we conduct a title search on the property. This is important to ensure that the owners that are presenting the donation are actually the owners and there's no title or deed issues that may end up presenting liability in the long run for the county if the county were to accept a property that had an issue with its deed. The title search and property is one addition to the policy that we're asking the court to add this morning. After that, the same process where you get a denial or via consent agenda, approval recommendation via regular agenda, and if the court approves or denies the recommendation, it's only a recommendation at this point, then we request legal review to formally put together all the documents that would require the signature of the property owner and the judge, and then we would place an additional final agenda item to actually have the final signature, which would formally execute and close out the entire donation. So this has been the practice of the department in conjunction with the county attorney's office for the past few months, and we wanted to ensure that the commissioner's court was briefed on that and to ensure that the court would formally adopt the donation procedures. So in the backup that was attached to the agenda item, there's the actual Word document that shows the policy language. The specific areas were highlighted in that, but just to bring them to your attention again, the proposed amendments to the existing policy are in section 2A3, which describes that the paper plats would now be, if there was a property that was located within that area, it would be eligible to be accepted by the county. Section 3B3 would require the title search to be done prior to coming to the commissioner's court to determine if there was any title or ownership issues. There is a cost to this at about $350 per title search. To date, in the first quarter of fiscal year 19, we've conducted 11 title searches, just about under $4,000. And that was a cost that was not previously accounted for. So as we move forward, if the title search is something that the Commissioner's Court wants to ensure that is included as part of this process, we just ask that be taken in mind as during the FY20 budget process, because that is a cost that's currently coming out of the Public Works budget that was unbudgeted for, was an unanticipated cost, but we do see the value of it because of the reduction of liability to the county in accepting these land donations. Section 3C deals with the coordination between Public Works and the County Attorney's Office, just stating that the court, upon receiving direction, upon giving direction to Public Works to move forward with acceptance, that Public Works then coordinates with the County Attorney's Office for legal review, and then that the legal documents all be brought to the Commissioner's Court for the judge's signature once everything has been done. So what was previously one of the first steps is now going to be the last step. So it just makes more sense, again, in terms of ensuring that we're dedicating resources where they need to go. The estimated annual fiscal impact on the backup was initially listed at $13,000 and $15,000. We went back and looked at what we've done going back at least 2 years. In fiscal year 18, we had 9 title searches for the entire year. We've already surpassed that in fiscal year 19 in the first quarter alone. We anticipate that it's a little, We have a few going on right now, so we may hit about 15 or 20 this year. But ultimately, we estimate an annual impact of about $10,000. And again, the conversation that we've had internally before making the recommendation to the court was whether or not this cost should be something paid for by the property owner who's looking to make the donation. Oftentimes, these pieces of property located in the far stretches of the county in either the east or the western portion of the county have such low property value that the tax bills are often $12, $20 per year. And a property owner may be looking to make the donation only to get rid of the headache that they have to deal with the Consolidated Tax Office every year. And so if we place the $350 title search cost on top of the request packet they have to fill out, we may end up creating a barrier for them to consider making the donation to the county. And so because of that, we're recommending that the county continue to incur that cost only to ensure that we don't create that barrier, and also because there is value that the county has identified to becoming the owner of these parcels of land. That we would approve the proposed amendments to the policy and procedures as presented by staff and outlined in the items attached policy draft. Be happy to take any questions that you all may have.
Commissioner Robinson.
First of all, appreciate your presentation. The one experience I had with individual donating property, this was during my days with the city. So the question I have, there's a survey conducted, yes?
So we don't do a survey, but we do a formal survey, but we do verify the legal description of the property, and then we actually use our drone to inspect the property visually to ensure that there's no environmental or any other issues that we can identify with the land. But the title search is part of ensuring that we are looking at the right piece of land and that we are in dealing with the appropriate owner.
How long do you think this process will take? If I was donating today, how long would before we be complete?
If you've completed the packet today, we currently take this to the division managers meeting in Public Works, which includes the department heads and all of the managers within the, and that is now going to be a quarterly meeting. I anticipate that our department heads will continue to evaluate these on a monthly basis. So if you turned it in, the longest you would wait before you heard back whether or not we were going to consider moving forward with it would be a maximum of 30 days. And then at that point, I would add another 30 days on top of that to allow staff to do the drone flight to see if there's anything we need to take care of, coordinate the title search, and then ultimately back to before the Commissioner's Court, depending on the meetings that we have scheduled that month, anywhere from 60 to, so total time, 60 to 70 days.
That sounds good. I had an experience where it took us, we had a constituent donated property specifically for a park, and it took us a year to accept the property. 1 year. And the property owner had to pay for a survey. But what I would like to see is, in conjunction with this, we're talking about accepting property based on individual donating the property. Do we have an inventory of all the property that we own now?
Yes, so we do, and I'm happy to send you a copy of a map, both electronic and printed, of all the properties that the county's current asset listing, as well as properties that the county is currently the trustee of, but we don't have direct ownership of. I'd be happy to send you and your office that.
Okay, and the property that we have now, and accepting new properties, have we determined a use of those properties?
Yes, so we've had a number of properties who have been donated to the county that have been really valuable in terms of allowing us to have greater access to areas to store materials, especially once our infrastructure services crews are out there doing paving during the paving season. They're able to stockpile materials necessary for that job outside of the warehouses and in areas that we can relatively ensure the safety and security of the materials, which only increases their ability to do more miles per day because they reduce that travel time with materials from the warehouses out to the actual sites that are being done. So that's been a huge use of a lot of the properties that we've been donated, that have been donated to the county.
How often do we review that list of properties?
How often do we review the uses?
Yes. How often do we review to determine that we still need those properties?
Oh, I don't know that we formally don't have a process to determine whether or not we have that, but on the back end, I know that one of the big things we've had conversations internally about has been, as we move forward with stormwater initiatives, if there's a potential to swap properties with other landowners or sell properties off once we have enough. So that's something that we do keep in mind, but we haven't done a formal evaluation yet. I do not believe to determine whether or not properties should continue to be in our inventory.
And Jose, I periodically, Norm and I meet and we go over various properties the county owns. And we also look at the value of those properties for other purposes other than county. Like would they have, for example, there's a property we own or that we out in Canutillo in the off of Donovan area, and where we've discussed whether or not the county, actually we've looked at acquiring this property through a donation, and that either how valuable would it be to us versus getting it back on the tax rolls for commercial use. So we do that from time to time, going through the list of the county properties that we currently own.
That's my point. The reason I asked that question, because when government owns property, there's no taxes paid. So if we don't have a need for that property, we need to dispose of it, sell it.
Yes, sir.
So we can put it back on the tax roll.
Yes, sir. The majority of these properties, you'll see when we do accept a donation, it's normally either a property that's of a little bit more substantive size, but a lot of the properties that are attempted to be donated to the county are properties that the taxes, while they're minimal, they're generally, the owner doesn't have a lot of value to the property, so that there's not a big demand out in the market for them, but we often don't accept those.
Okay, and you talk about land swaps. So we may invariably have some property that we could invariably swap with a property owner for the purpose of a need to the county. Okay.
Morning, Judge Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. We typically evaluate these property donations and make sure that we go through it through all the detail to identify which ones will benefit us. A lot of them we can use for ponding or to swap with developers or address ponding issues. And so those are some that we're considering. We're also looking at possible grants that could help us take care of flooding issues that we have identified. And that's where we're going to bring that back to the court. But we feel that a lot of these donations will probably really benefit us as we address properties that have flooding issues. And we'll be bringing that back to the court, requesting authorization to go after that grant. And so there is a lot of time that goes into the evaluation of these properties before we bring it to the court. We want to make sure that we can make use of this property and not that it become a burden for the county.
At first, it was counterintuitive why we would not accept all properties, but then it was clarified. There's issues with some properties and things that we need to know prior to.
Right. Well, you know what? If they're too small, they really don't have the value for stockpiling. The other concern is obviously that once these are property-owned counties, are responsible for their maintenance, and if there's illegal dumping that occurs on the property, the county would now incur the responsibility of cleaning up those properties. So those are the set of criteria that we look at to determine, right, is this effectively worth the cost to the county to bring this into the county's own property inventory? Perfect.
Commissioner Bettis?
There's a lot of folks who are willing to donate their properties, but I mean, how likely is it that, let's say, 1 year, you get a tract of land that's maybe too small to meet the extraordinary value, but then next year maybe you get the owner that's next door to it. Is there a way to that you all are keeping track of perhaps donations that you've rejected that didn't meet the criteria at first, but then possibly meet it later on down the road?
So we do have a listing of we do have the information historically of all the requests that we've received, and what we can do is begin to ensure that any requests that we may have denied, just sort of keep that in mind to be able to look back and see, okay, well now maybe if we were to combine those properties, the county would have, a pretty good swath of land in a particular area, and it's something that I don't believe we've done, but I know that we have that information that would allow us to go back and moving forward continue to evaluate options collectively like that.
Further discussions?
Jose, that list that you are going to send Commissioner Robinson, can you send it to the entire court?
Yes, Commissioner. Yeah, we'll go and send it to the Commissioner's Court. The listing of all the county properties and then also the properties that we currently have in trust that the county is a trustee of. And we'll send electronic copies and then work on getting you maps of those assets printed out in the next few days.
Excellent.
Really important because we have new members of the court, and you may have explained this, Jose. The properties that we have in trust, we are not the sole owner. We're holding them in trust for multiple taxing entities, and then we contract out the sale of those properties. We contract out to sell those properties, and then if they're sold, the revenues are then dispersed amongst the taxing entities who are owed taxes on those properties.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
They're currently stricken off the tax rolls, and no taxes are being collected. So if someone defaulted on their taxes, and then the property went up for auction, and no one purchased it, then the county is designated the trustee of those properties. And at any point, an individual could purchase the property back, but they would have to pay the back taxes owed on the property before they would consider it, and or they can make an offer less than what's owed, but every taxing entity would have to approve the sale or purchase of the property at that point, and that would be the only way to get it back onto the tax rolls.
Thank you. Looks like you considered every possible venue, so thank you.
One other question, Judge. As trustee of the property, do we have any options?
So we have been in the past presented with options where entities or interested parties have presented an offer to the county on a number of properties that are currently stricken off the tax rolls that we are the trustee of, and the court has considered those in the past on a case-by-case basis. Really evaluating who the offer is coming from, what the cost is, and what the sale of those properties may mean to the county. But we've been very limited in past that. We've really relied on other individuals approaching the county to give us any option on what we may want to do with those.
Well, let's just say that acquisition of the property for county use. Do we have any option in that regard?
In terms of the
property that we have in trust?
Well, so a lot of it is it's unfortunately the issue is that they're not centralized in a certain area that we could say, let's acquire these properties, combine them, and then turn them into some, land that could be sold or further developed. And that's the big challenge that we have, because so much land has been subdivided, especially in eastern El Paso County, that we have very piecemeal offers from, this side, from that side, but nothing that's really collectively together that gives us any real tangible use for the property at this time.
Commissioner Robinson, there have been times, though, where we've either needed area for ponding or we've looked at a Far East annex, and in each of those cases, I know when I'm meeting with Norma about those issues, she always does look to the property list to see if there's anything either in trust that we could buy out the other trustees,
right,
or in the donations that we could consider for those uses.
Okay.
And I think the map will, and I apologize for not providing one, but the map is part of the presentation. But the mapping of the properties will illustrate how the challenge that we face in land banking, any land banking opportunities because of these, but perhaps with the additional criteria that's being presented today, the county could consider adding on new properties, which may create more opportunities to meet some of our county's own needs or even sell off for development purposes in the future.
Thank you.
Further questions, discussion? Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 16, purchasing. Approve and authorize the household hazardous waste collection services for the County of El Paso's Public Works Department using the Region 19 contract number 167212, awarded to Advanced Chemical Transport Incorporated, doing business as Act Enviro of Sunnyvale, California. Purchasing approved on January 8, 2019. Funding is available in General Fund, Road and Bridge, General Fund, Stormwater Outreach, and General Fund, G-Admin Operations.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent.
Good morning, Deborah.
We're asking the court to approve the award of this through the, I'm so sorry, through our Region 19 cooperative. And even though the vendor is headquartered out of Sunnyvale, California, they do have an office here in far northeast El Paso. Please note that these are estimated costs, because if we get a really good response on the cleanups, some of these charges will increase. And what you're looking at and in your packet are the quotes for each site based on past history. This should cover the whole year, at least the estimated cost, if things go as they normally do.
Quick question.
Commissioner Perez?
Just on the funding source, this is item 16, right? It says stormwater outreach, road and bridge, general fund, stormwater outreach. That's the source of the funding for this. Is this an intended purpose of that? Just want to be.
That's one of the sources, Commissioner, and that's how it's titled, but typically that's where we fund most of our cleanups, aside from the grants that we obtain from the COG.
Okay. Thank you.
And actually, we've been working with the budget, and they're going to make some changes. They're going to change the title so that it can clearly state that it's for the cleanups.
Okay.
Excellent. Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Item number 17, approve and authorize the purchasing agent to solicit proposals for supervised visits and exchange services for families who are victims of domestic violence in accordance with Local Government Code 262.030. The purchasing agent has reviewed use of the request for proposal process.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. On this item, I'm requesting to use the request for proposal process instead of the sealed bid process. Of course, as some of you are aware, the RFP process can be used without court permission for high technology and insurance, but the law does allow for any type of purchase that we think could yield a better, more advantageous offer to the county through the RFP process with the court's approval and after I've reviewed it. And so in this case, for your supervised visits and exchange services, I'm requesting use of the RFP process again.
The current vendor that we're using now, is that the Y?
I believe it is, yes, sir. And you recently, if you look under prior board and commissioner actions, there was a proposal, and then the courts chose to close down, and so we're going to resolicit.
Motion to approve?
Second.
You got a question?
So the Y is the current vendor?
Yes, sir.
How long had they had this?
I'd have to go and check notes, but I'm happy to provide that.
What was the cost when the Y had?
If you would be kind enough to let me grab that, I can send that to the whole court probably before the meeting's over. The cost for the year, or the cost during the term of the contract?
Right.
Okay.
And is there a cost savings going with a new contract?
I can provide that. I can find that and provide it if it's okay. If it's okay that I send it in an email.
So we'll wait for that motion? Yeah.
Yes.
We'll wait for that information, and then we'll take that up later.
Is there a motion and a second on the table, Caesar?
Yes, there is. Commissioner Leon, would you like to rescind your motion?
I think we've brought it back, and it's going out. I think it's, in my mind, no, I don't want to retract my motion.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Abstain.
And I will still provide that information to the court.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Item number 18, approve and authorize the purchasing agent to solicit proposals for process server services for the county attorney's office in accordance with local government code 262.030. The purchasing agent has reviewed use of the request for proposal process.
Deborah Crejo, County Purchasing Agent. In this case, I'm requesting authorization to use the RFP process to help the county attorney's office create a pool of process servers that can operate not only in Texas, but in New Mexico if needed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 19, approve and authorize the purchasing agent to solicit proposals for prisoner extradition and transportation services for the El Paso County Sheriff's Department in accordance with local government code 262.030. The purchasing agent has reviewed use of the request for proposal process.
Deborah Crejo, County Purchasing Agent. Requesting use of the RFP proposal process to get our prisoner transportation and extradition. This was attempted once before. There was a flaw in the specifications, but the department thinks they have rectified this. And so if we can have permission to go out for RFP again, we think we can obtain some good responses.
Discussion, questions, commissioners?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 20, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioner's Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 20 is to approve and authorize the Economic Development Department to submit a Southwest Border Resource Protection Program grant application to the National Park Service, U.S. Department of the Interior. The application will request a second cycle of funds towards Phase 2 of the ongoing Oñate Crossing at Old Fort Bliss and Harts Mill project, and assist with the costs related to Phase 2's Historic Structures Report, Cultural Landscape Report, and will also be used to begin Phase 3. The grant request is in the amount of $50,000 and requires a competitive county match of $10,000. Funding is available in special revenue, tourist promotions, operations, contingencies, pending budget transfers to appropriate object code.
Thank you, Caesar. Good afternoon, Judge Samaniego, Commissioners, Valerie Venecia, Economic Development, Heritage Tourism Coordinator. So Oñate's Crossing at Old Fort Bliss and Harts Mill. This is a project that has been in the work with several different community organizations for well over a decade, possibly longer. Most recently, in 2014, Preservation Texas added the site to its list of most endangered historically significant sites. In July of 2018, the county was awarded first grant cycle, the maximum amount, which is $50,000 from the Southwest Border Resource Protection Program through the National Park Service. And this next grant application would be to renew funds. We hope that you will continue to support the ongoing work. Phase 3 would support the historic structures report and cultural landscape report that are currently underway through the RFP process in our purchasing department, as well as include some planning documents and feasibility for the site. Are there any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Item number 21, approve and authorize the El Paso County Juvenile Probation Department to apply for the Office of the Governor Criminal Justice Division Juvenile Drug Court Grant in the amount of $92,604.71 with no county match required. Further, authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying resolution.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Rosie Medina, Director of Special Programs at the Juvenile Probation Department. Here before you today is we're requesting permission to write and submit a grant along with the resolution to be signed to support the operations of our Juvenile Drug Court program, which is in its 15th year of operation.
Will the funding be for personnel or just ongoing operations?
It'll be to fund one case manager, and the remaining the funding will be for operations and training and travel.
Is the case manager currently on staff? Or?
Yes. The position has been funded, I want to say, for the last 13 to 14 years. It's the only position left that has not been sustained by the county to date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 22, approve and authorize the El Paso County Juvenile Probation Department to apply for the Project Hope Mental Health Court Grant from the Office of the Governor Criminal Justice Division in the amount of $115,930.16 with no county match required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying resolution.
Once again, this grant is to support our mental health court there at the Juvenile Probation Department. The dollars requested through this grant are for contractual services to provide the mental health services and psychiatric services to the youth, along with travel and training for professional development for the staff.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 23, approve and authorize the County Parks Department to apply to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Community Outdoor Outreach Program for the Escarate Lake Outdoor Adventures Program from May 1st, 2019 through April 30th, 2020 in the amount of $50,000 with no county match required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the resolution and grant submittal forms as required.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director. We would like to request permission to apply and submit a grant application for $50,000 to provide a free outdoor recreation program at Escarate Lake. We are partnering with the Escarate Fishing Club, the Hueco Tank State Park, Texas A&M AgriLife, and other partners to provide outdoor recreation for low-income children in the community, adults, everyone, and mainly we want to use it to buy equipment. This also could also pay for staffing as well. So,
Commissioner Robinson?
Have we applied for grants previously with the Parks and Wildlife?
With the county, we haven't in a lot of years, but now we are.
Why do we limit ourselves to 50,000?
This one that's the cap for this one.
That's
This
the cap.
one is a community outdoor outreach program grant. So this one is from 5,000 to 50,000. So of course I'm going for the $50,000.
To approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
This brings us to executive session, item number 24. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 24A through 24C pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Monday, January 21st, in observance of the Martin Luther King holiday. All county offices will reopen on January 22nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048. All county offices will be closed on Monday, January 21st, in observance of the Martin Luther King holiday. All county offices will reopen on January 22nd, 2019.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court Program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 25, discuss and take action on the pending claim of Noemi Marrufo, County Attorney's File Number 021818LC. Item number 25 is no action. Judge, I believe this completes our agenda.
We're adjourned.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 1:34 p.m.